Good evening, my many memoists. I'm glad you've all made it here to petition for our guy to be freed from prison.
Yeah.
I don't think he did anything wrong. I think he was a man of vision. He knew what he wanted. I'm a little. He didn't need to screw over our girl Ray. That's true. But I mean, let's think of the outcome here. He got us to see our girl Susato in male clothes. That wouldn't have happened if you didn't kill someone.
Right.
And that's like more good for us spiritually than anything else. So I think you should get a pass.
Like,
I think you should get a pass.
Unless it comes around that, like, Jezile was actually a good person who was, like, taking the fall for a bad person or something, and she didn't actually deserve death, then it's like, oh no, what a tragedy.
Yeah.
But like, she just kind of killed Dr. Wilson and should have been punished, but was going to get off. Like, it's like, he did the right thing.
And acted evil the whole time.
Yeah.
At least Manny Memo was like, he sees the big picture. He's got a vision. But anyway, now I'm curious if this case here is gonna be like a Runback case. Like, what? It's probably not, because I imagine we're gonna see those two characters that showed up in episode 4 of the last game in Adventures, right? Because those two showed up and then they never showed back up again, and now we're going back to the Garadeb residence, it looks like. Because that's where Soseki's cursed lodgings were. But still, I have to feel like this is... Man, I botched that case in Adventures. I need to make it right somehow. Or I guess Naruhodo. Alright. It's nice that it knows to do this.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Brier Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern exchange student from his harrowing plight, then in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas.
That last one's a little weird.
Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
Right, so Soseki is going to be the defendant again. Because he said he was involved in this case. 2 crimes. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. Having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Oh wow. We have like dynamic layering now. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings.
Here they are.
From where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. Where above my staircase, there's a bunch of coconuts. Or onions. Maybe it's garlic. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return.
Naruhodo.
But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. A tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. Okay, I'm sorry. What's he referring to here? But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago. Let's think here. So this is... They arrive, immediately have a case.
And that's in like February.
Yes.
February 18th is the McGilded case.
Then... The very next day... Is the Soseki case?
Yeah.
Because it's still cold outside.
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe that is true.
Yeah, the very next day it's the Soseki case. And then 6 months pass, I think is what it was. And they had no cases until the very final case of the game, which was the thing that happened at Wendy Banks at the pawn shop, right?
Yes, that happened in July? Is that correct?
Yes? Must have. So, but he says here, I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey, that being 2, since a particularly grueling and forgettable legal battle 4 months ago now.
So it's May?
Yeah, we'll get a date here soon enough. Let's just keep this in mind.
Yeah.
I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. A tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. I think he's just talking about McGilded here.
Yeah, that would make sense. It would make the most sense.
Talking about McGilded here. Thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. We're currently in the present. I have no reason to believe that. Except for the fact that 4 months ago was the unforgettable legal battle. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. That's pretty rough. But okay. No problem. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. Oh, it must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite. Come on, emo, and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate.
Okay, 30th of August. So it's 2 weeks after Sussie's case.
Ah, Runo, good! I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a... That's you.
Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This
He got his thing
be...
back.
Oh, he did get his thing back.
Did he get that back at the end of the last game?
No.
No. Well, he got his thing back.
This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation-repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow.
Of course. Yeah, morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, yes.
Ah!
I see! So that's it.
I instinctually stuck out my tongue. Why'd I do that?
Wow.
They know what the people want.
The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again.
What are you talking about?
You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have, this very morning, met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case?
I was literally about to tell you all this.
Really, my dear fellow? It barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest.
It always looks like that.
Secondly, you've neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning.
Can I talk now?
But of course! Though I don't look for admiration. You understand.
My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you.
Oh, it has.
And the button, that was ripped off last night, if you remember.
Yes, when we
By
were having
you.
sex.
Yeah, exactly. I really pulled your button off.
Well, I just needed to get to his chest faster, you understand? Yes! I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped! Why did it have to happen? Why? A little wonder then, that in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place.
Yeah, well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket.
And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes.
Helpful!
What matters at the present time, dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deductions was unerring.
Unerring.
Unerring, yeah, unerring, yeah.
But Hurley, Bruno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. You're pregnant! That happened too quick!
Well, that really is a surprise.
Yes! This man is the pride of the British Empire. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Alright then. Enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, as published in Ranced magazine.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning?
Well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it? Really? That's right. And she had some rather startling news, in fact.
Intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast.
Oh yes, what fun!
You want to see my badge?
Yeah, you want... we really didn't get any reactions out of people when we showed them our badge.
No. Couple.
That machine really is imposing, isn't it? But I can never remember its name. Hurley calls it his great analytiscope. It can analyze anything at all. That doesn't really help me. What does analyzing something even mean?
An extremely astute question, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm sorry.
Well, as Iris said, my machine here spits out analysis, results of anything with which you care to present it. But how to interpret those results? That's the key. And I confess, I have no idea. Clearly, I'm going to have to construct a great analytiscope to solve the problem.
That might not help. Books, papers, scientific implements. These shelves are stuffed to the gunnels.
Analyze.
The hell's a gunnel? Miss Susato wouldn't be able to help herself if she were here. She can't stand mess. Susie might not be able to stand mess, but she wouldn't dare touch those shelves. Oh? Why not? Everything's in intricate balance. Hurley spends ages on it. If you were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down. Susie noticed it was a very delicate arrangement from the outset. You make it sound like a meeting of great minds, but the truth is, Mr. Sholmes just needs to tidy up. Ah yes, Mr. Sholmes' faithful musical companion. Wasn't this violin made by somebody famous? Yes, it's a Stradivarius. Though I'm afraid you'd have to save up for 100 years before you could afford one, you know. But didn't you buy it for a song, Mr. Sholmes?
I found it at a pawnbrokery among the forfeited articles. It clearly said Stradivarius on the label.
What?
The ignorant broker had no idea of its true value, you see. So I paid a mere 55 shillings for it. Yes, I've something of a turn for shopping. Herlock Sholmes, bargain hunter.
But is it really a Stradivarius then?
But of course, my dear fellow, it said so on the label.
I think perhaps the ignorant broker had something of a turn for selling.
Pretty funny.
How does he dress himself?
Iris must. Like,
Probably.
she built a robot that just does it for him.
Yeah. Yeah. The
It's a-
Sholmes dress-o-matic.
Yeah, exactly. It's all very Wallace and Gromit.
Yeah. That's funny. I like that. Ah, yes, the huge metal chest with the lace cloth laid on it, being used as a table for tea and coffee. It's very sturdy, that's for sure, and firmly locked shut. That chest contains my father's delicate records of Hurley's many cases. Yes, so I've been led to believe. Though personally, I've never actually seen inside. And that's the way it will stay. Those papers are a secret between Daddy and me. If you go opening it uninvited, you might find yourself being bitten. What? Is there a beast inside there or something? I'm going to kill you. When it gets to this time of year, Londoners seem to leave their hearths alight all day long. And I love it. Something very relaxing about watching the flames flit and dance about.
God, I wish that were me. A fireplace in August.
What's fire?
But a fireplace in days of summertime is a waste of space. Really, no use at all.
Rather like a great detective in days of no crimes and no criminals. Hurley.
But consider this. Instead of a fireplace, A frost place! That's my latest idea.
I was about to say, my AC unit's driving me insane, and it's basically a frost place.
An extraordinary hearth from which emits a cool breeze in the hot summer months. What do you think?
Brilliant. I think if you invented such a thing, your name would go down in history. Who invented the air conditioner? Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh yeah.
The principle is extremely simple. One must of course light a cold fire in the hearth.
I'm listening. Yes, of course. Brilliant.
The trouble is, none of the fires I build ever burn cold. How it taunts me.
So as you British say, it's a bit of a damp squib. What's a squib?
Note of money? There's a good chance it's one of their currencies.
That's true. All their currencies sound made
So
up.
it's like a damp squib, it's like a wet dollar bill, you know?
Yeah. Is squib the word they use for, like, practical effect bodies in movies that get, like, blown up? Something similar to that.
Unaware. First I've heard of that.
It's something similar. I'm not sure if it's exactly that, though. These are different pieces of evidence from cases you've solved, aren't they, Mr. Sholmes?
Not quite, Mr. Naruhodo, not quite. These trinkets are a selection from cases I've solved with particular aplomb. They are souvenirs of my success. Memories, Mr. Naruhodo, memories.
Really? So tell me about the case in which the bust of Napoleon featured.
I forget.
Memories, he says. Wonderful, Mr. Sholmes. Wonderful. A squib is a firework. Does that make sense?
They had fireworks in the... yeah, I guess they had fireworks for a long time. I was thinking
a damn squib, so it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, a squib is like an explosion. So that's what they call the bodies in practical
Okay, that makes
effects.
sense. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Sure.
I love our learn new vocabulary with Tommy and Alex playthroughs.
Yeah, what fucking word did he just say, actually? Aplomb.
Aplomb?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just like notable excitement or
yeah.
It's just like a positive reverence for something. I look forward to finding out what aroma your tea will have, Iris, every single day. Well, I infuse a different concoction of herbs from the garden every time, so it's never the same twice. Me making coffee horrible every day. It's a different kind of hell. I've been on, I think I've like managed to combo at least a week's worth of good coffee though, and it's just gonna change magically tomorrow for some reason, now that I've talked about it. When you call it a concoction, it sounds more like a science experiment than something for tea time. Oh yes, that's because different blends can have very different properties. Some calm you down, some make you feel jolly, some give you energy. Energy. Today's particular blend is something quite special, so you're really in for a treat. That sounds ominous. There's so many different bottles up there on that charming little set of white shelves. Oh, do be careful, Runo. You mustn't try the contents of any of those bottles, even if you're hungry. I wouldn't do something stupid like that. I'm not a child, you know. Well, I wish I could say the same for Hurley. The other day, he polished off a full bottle of one of my alkaloids. Oh my god! He what? He said he was hungry. I'll be extra careful.
Yeah,
Finally, a person we know is now built different. We haven't had superhumans in the cast quite yet. I had my suspicions about Sholmes, but now we know for sure he's different.
Yeah, he was jonesing because Sherlock Holmes in the books is a drug addict.
Oh,
yeah, he just does morphine and cocaine all the time.
Yeah. I mean, so did everyone.
So did everyone. But like Watson comments about it in the novels. He's like, I wish you would stop.
Stop. Yeah. I can type with my eyes shut, you know. I can believe it. When a deadline's approaching, you sound like a Gatling gun. That reminds me of a dream I had the other day. It was such a funny one. It woke me, actually. I was typing for a whole hour in the pitch black, but I didn't make a single mistake. That's incredible. But then when it got light, I found that there wasn't any paper in the machine. Now I wonder if I'd actually been typing at all. I think you might have just fallen asleep on the job. Impressive.
Another funny thing just came to mind. After we finished Adventures, I'd read a couple of Sherlock Holmes short stories afterwards. And one of them ended with them going to see a Japanese play that like Sherlock didn't want to go see, but Watson did want to go see. Something about them just seemed funny to me.
Yeah. Now to examine everything up here. The office spade. Now that Susato-san's gone, the shovelers aren't represented to correct me. I'm so fucking lonely. Maybe I'll have to do it myself. That's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. I miss my wife. Susato-san's tea set that she left here with me. I still think green tea is just too bitter, though. Thank goodness for sugar and milk. Mr. Sholmes certainly wasn't expecting the acrid taste that one time. I've never heard anyone let out a scream like that before. Or seen anyone fall down the stairs quite like that either. It always brings a smile to my lips when I'm feeling a little down. The kettle's gently simmering away there on top of the stove as usual. It was kind of Susato-san to send that Japanese tea. Iris really likes it. But for me, it's the sound of the stove and burbling kettle I like the most. On biting winter mornings. August, asshole. Now, at first glance, my desk here might look as though it's a mess. However, it's not in a mess at all. Everything is exactly where I want it to be. But whenever Susato-san looked at it, she put her hands on her hips and say, "Oh dear." Her way of saying that I should make it a more orderly and neat mess. I miss that. Aww. That's cool. We can specifically click on the Daruma. Ah yes, the Daruma doll I brought with me from Japan. I always intended to color in the other eye once I'd become a fully fledged lawyer. But it's still winking at me. It's trying to say, I can wait. Take as long as you need. Maybe not. I'll just have to keep on doing the best I can, I suppose. Photograph of us all together that day. Makes me a little sad to look at it now, which is why I'd taken to lying it flat. But Mr. Sholmes righted it every single time, and I've grown accustomed to it. I hope we'll all be together again like that one day soon. Oh no, her empty desk. It's Susato-san's desk. I suppose it won't get used now that she's gone back to Japan. It'll just have to wait here patiently for its old friend to return. God damn it!
Dude, it's
Let
so
me know what these
distinct.
are!
Like,
What are they?
I feel like an idiot for just not knowing what they are. I think they're onions.
I think they're onions. They look like onions, but it's like, why are there so many?
They get onions don't grow in a bushel. It's not like they come that way like a banana does or something, right?
Yes?
No, the onions are by themselves. They're root vegetables.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
It's giant garlic.
They're
I don't believe that.
huge.
I don't believe that.
It's like, they're onions. They got the striations of onions.
Yeah.
However, it's coconuts.
But it's like, why is it the only food item here in the attic? Right? Clearly, this isn't the food storage room.
No.
It's like we keep all of our food in the kitchen except the onions that are in the attic up the stairs. But even if it's garlic, why? Like...
Vampires?
To keep the vampires away?
Yeah, it keeps Von Karma or Zeke's away.
I guess.
I don't know. Like, why is that there?
Like, in
What
the-
did they
in late
research?
Like, did British people leave garlic in their attics in the late 1800s? Like, was this a superstition they did? Like, I just... I can't-
It's like right in the fucking way also.
You would hit your fucking head on it. If it was
You
a
have to-
coconut, it would kill you.
You gotta you gotta walk past the giant hanging rope of a million onions every time you go downstairs. I don't know. I need an explanation for this. At least we have no problems with our prawns. Look at the prawns and the anemones gently swaying around in the tank. Regular cleaning, some food, and fresh seawater is all they need. And some conversation, of course. It seemed like a lot of effort at first, but it was worth it. I'm starting to be able to tell what they're thinking. Funny to think that so many people in London had aquariums like this once. When they were in vogue, that is. You'd never expect to find sea anemones in the middle of the capital. I think I'll have to name them soon. Come on, Charlie.
Susato.
I haven't washed her sheets since she left. I never did see what Susato's room looks like. I could go in now, of course, but I don't dare. They say a young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets. Although from the laughter I used to hear when Iris would visit, I imagine it's mainly sweet. Like the onions when you cook them down.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Susato's letter. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by international post. Oh, how lovely! Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. You haven't taught them any Japanese?
And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask?
Thought that said farting.
It would keep farting, Naruhodo.
Well, it smells very sweet, I assure you.
Ah, on account of all the onions.
Yes, the onions. So they're onions? I'm not quite sure. Why do you think? Why do you think I became a detective, Mr. Naruhodo? I wanted to hone my deduction skills and powers of observation to be able to tell what the fuck those are. They've been in the house since I got here, and I can't get rid of them.
That's why I built the analytical machine.
Let me do that then. Fuck. They don't cut it. They just kind of like shove it in their hole, like the whole rope of it. Anyway, she's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Really? Oh, isn't she wonderful?
A cut above your good self, my dear fellow.
I've done the same. Fuck you, Sholmes. Where's my button? I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Who?
Natsume. Like the Vocaloid? No.
No.
No, I don't recall that name.
Whose memories are these? Of course you do! We helped the man! Twice! You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Brier Road 6 months ago?
Ha! No! The mustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes. And the mustache.
Feline eyes? He's a cat boy?
I am a cat. He wrote it.
Oh, fuck, you're right. He didn't have 2 mustaches early.
Yes. Who could forget those 2 cases?
2.
They made a very deep impression on me.
Does this count as dual wielding?
Yes. Put it on the list.
It's on the list. Sequel, introduce dual wielding.
Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now.
A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. Startling news.
So, what was this startling news penned by Miss Susato?
Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes?
Ah, yes! It's very interesting, you know? I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur.
He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Susato asks that we read over her case notes again and investigate further.
Though it took place half a year ago? For what purpose?
Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings.
Oh.
On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Susato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram. Oh, that case! Yes! It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. And I compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said. Very mysteriously as well.
Really? I said that. Are you sure?
Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Miss Susato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan. Miss Susato's repatriation.
It's that word from Death Stranding.
Yeah. It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan.
Indeed it was. Due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe.
That's right. Telling her to return urgently.
Yes, because her father had passed away.
No. It just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. Shame. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Seems... I'm curious if this game's going to have 5 chapters that are all interlinked. Or if, like are 3 and 4 gonna just be, like, standalone fun ones?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Well, not fun. Hopefully fun. I want them to be fun, but you know what I meant.
No, I know what you mean.
I suppose...
There's generally always one case that's, like, not plot relevant, quote unquote.
Yeah, because, like... Yeah, Adventures really was just the Soseki case that really didn't have anything to do with anything else.
Yeah.
And
like, one was kind of like this, with the Miles Max Power case, whatever his name was.
One had the...
Steel Samurai.
Well, that's the most important... That case has the most important through line in the entire series.
The big Steel Samurai.
No. Well, that's the second most important through line in the entire series.
Yeah,
the Max Powers case has the most crucial element of introducing Wendy Oldbag.
Oh, right, of course.
So, yeah, one only has the 4 cases, though, not counting... Well, it's funny, because Rise from the Ashes is a standalone case.
Sure, but it's
effectively its own game.
Yeah, it's...
Like, I was thinking about, like, how I would rate the cases, and I'm like... It's like Rise from the Ashes is probably the best standalone case in the series.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I can't really compare it to Bridge to a Turnabout.
Right.
I think on some level, Rise from the Ashes is just the best case in the series.
Oh,
it probably has the best pacing. It probably has the best cast.
It was right when he was at his prime.
It has
just finished 3.
It has prime Edgeworth.
Yeah.
Like, it has Edgeworth at his fucking finest in that case. It has Meekins, gumshoes all over the place. It has the mini games. Like, Rise from the Ashes is super fucking good, but, like, it doesn't have the emotional weight of Bridge to a Turnabout.
No.
Yeah. Anyway, summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Miss Susato's father is hiding. Hurley, do you know what it's all about? He couldn't have done it that quick.
Yeah,
it's the machine.
The walls are growing machine.
It's the fucking machine. Absolutely.
Well, who can say?
What? But you said...
Please! I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. An stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel. Even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris?
Iris. I will, Hurley, don't you worry. See you later. Holy shit, he was a ghost. He scuttled off rather quickly there. I imagine he got on all 4s.
Oh, right. We still need homes on the ceiling.
Yeah, we need him on the ceiling. That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
I just noticed it. He's got, look in the top left. There's
with bullet holes.
with the bullet holes.
He shoots the wall when he's bored.
I would too. I did that when I was younger. I destroyed a lot of shit in my house when I was younger. Fun fact, Emma Skye also appears in every case Mike Meekins also shows up in.
But never at the same time.
I've never seen them on screen together. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Soseki-san was involved in two. You hear that, everyone? 2 cases. But only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes. What are you talking about? He's a repeat offender of this. This guy loves covering up stories. Aha! I found them at last. Iris, are they... The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. Case of the Haunted Lodgings. Do you want to read them, Runo? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this crime, of this case. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. That's the spirit.
Alright, new theory. New theory. It's not a clothing machine. It's just like her gas gun. It just paints things on him.
Paints it on him.
He's technically naked.
My brain went to it kills the old one and prints a new one.
Oh my god.
And that's why his brain's so fucked up.
Oh my
Because it doesn't like perfectly print the memories onto the new Sholmes.
Jesus Christ.
And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in the court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue. And I have all the time in the world. Because, of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Was this established at the end of the last game?
So the judge had talked about the fact that he was going to get reprimanded for doing his job that he was assigned to do by the government, and that he did to the letter in the McGilda case. Remember? When they were like, "Oh, you used false evidence in a case."
The letter?
Did to the letter, as in he did it correctly. There was not an actual letter.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Okay, so
yeah, run it all by me because I'm having trouble
sorry.
remembering.
So
Okay.
During the McGilda case, the first one,
Yeah.
right, the whole thing is that like McGilda did fabricate evidence.
Yeah.
Right. This comes to light during the final
Yes.
trial of the game, and and everyone's like, "Oh wow, gee, that's pretty bad. You call yourself a lawyer?"
Oh right. I've tried to forget about all that bullshit.
They were like. So anything he says is like, "Well, you'll have to be reprimanded for this after this case."
For doing your job.
For doing your job that you were assigned to do by the government that you just did perfectly.
Yeah, even though the day you were assigned hours, minutes, less than an hour before the trial was starting for McGilded, so you know. It was 6 months ago. A mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London.
In the middle of spring, is what I mean by that.
A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Brier Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident.
Oh right, this was in February. That's right.
The fog was thick, and nobody saw her attacker, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. Cat eyes? That man was Soseki-san. And the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. The Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. At the cost of Alex's lifespan. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial. But his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Brier Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once. Bart's? So, Susato and I summoned a handsome, and headed immediately to the hospital. Rat.
Saint Bartholomew. Ah, there you are at last.
Good morning, Mr. Sholmes.
I think not.
Oh,
You're late! What on earth took you so long?
your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes. And it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time.
The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I have been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was woken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you.
Well, thanks for that.
No problem. Anyway, you're here now. So, the victim is over there. She only just regained consciousness. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from the ceiling.
Please. Please be on the ceiling. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back. Her name is... yes, here we are. Miss Green.
Miss Green, in the library, with the lead pipe.
Rat. A mouse, Mr. Naruhodo! An enormous mouse! Vermin in a hospital. That doesn't seem the best. But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking. Love me a plump rat, am I right? My Zenless players?
Yeah.
Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? My, Mr. Naruhodo. I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart. He's like, yes! Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of.
Not in
Damn.
the least. I guess you could say his Kokoro is clouded.
For now. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? Gold. I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe. Used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. Really? It's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess, I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. This woman's just like, why haven't they talked to me yet? This looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Wow. Do not feed. What is this place, a zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons, yes. This is a person. Poor woman. I hope she hasn't read this. There's a lot of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? You think it's safe to keep them like that? If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That is a worry. But at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy looking one. Oh, I've no doubt you've managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Susato. Thanks for having some faith in me, though. This looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital. Patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so... he or she is probably running around the hospital then. Oh, dear. How worrying. What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet, look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Susato. Whole-ass rat. That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. Change of clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Naruhodo. You must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. Oh no. Good morning. Hello, I'm, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, from the Empire of Japan. You want to voice her? I can do it.
Sure.
If you got a voice for her.
I mean, I'll just, like... Hodo, was it your knife that? Are you the man who...
No. I'm a lawyer. And I'm Susato Mikotoba. Pleased to meet you.
Oh no! Was it your knife then? Are you the one?
Oh, no. I assure you. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes.
Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green.
Crazy.
I'm an artist. Well, no. That's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back.
I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. About the incident. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day. The fog was so thick. I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time.
But the case has been solved, hasn't it? Well, I've been here in the hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly, by none other than I, Sherlock Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case.
Are you yet to hear what happened? Oh wait, no, sorry. I got confused.
Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly.
Oh, I see.
Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me.
Oh, no, we're all so relieved that you're on the mend. Miss Green, really, we are. That kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. So you're an artist, are you, Miss Green?
Oh no! I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best.
But we're gonna pick up that painting off the floor and it's gonna be like pristine.
I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts! Great Britain is such a wonderful country.
Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts? Oh, no, actually. I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. Not.
I fear this.
Yeah.
I especially fear this. Like, really? This one? The fucking books that he bought? And where he bought them from is still in here?
I see. How very interesting. Oh no! Is it? Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Center.
Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes?
Perhaps not. But Brier Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison. Dwelt in by those of inferior means. Including the Maleficent?
Maleficent.
The Maleficent. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was just Maleficent. Okay, including the
The
Maleficent.
male Phi scent.
Yeah.
Including the Maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means. I suppose Soseki-san does fit the bill.
It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all.
What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs.
Oh, dear me. Do forgive me. If you don't mind,
I do.
I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things.
Oh, yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Hope you don't die in the next 10 minutes. Is there a Mr. Narrow Fodder here? Mr. Narrow Fodder? Narrow Fodder? Narrow Fodder now. Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Ah, Mr. Narrow Fodder, good! This is for you! It's a message from a Mr. Saucy Nutsmeg!
Whoa.
That's pretty good. The Nutsmeg. Mr. Natsume? Sent a message. To me. But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly. Oh, what's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning?
What are you waiting for? Let me see that.
Oh, damn. That's mine.
Well, this is most unexpected.
Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes?
Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? He says. Have you not seen this note?
No, how could I have? You fucking took it from me.
It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once.
Murder?
Call a cab. Time is of the essence.
He's still alive. I can kill him still. The murder hasn't happened yet. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did.
That will be entirely convenient.
Convenient? What do you mean?
It's all here in the note, my dear fellows.
God, it's like Sholmes was written to just waste our time.
The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings.
Wait. What? Damn you. More new words. I'll hail a Fiacre at once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fia.
Fiacre. There's a lot of ways you could say that word. Fiacre. I'll hail Fiacre at once. It was only yesterday that Soseki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to us at the time, but... Oh, accidentally clicked. What'd it say? The 21st of February, 7:18 a.m. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. Hell yeah!
Oh my god, it's this guy.
Fuck yeah!
He's dead.
Better be. What on earth? Oh my. The gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead. How come student? Mr. Naruto Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oh. Why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday! I was finally home after 2 days of misery! And then I wake up the next day to this! No early bird should catch a worm like this! Woeful worm without wiggle!
I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache.
Ah! Not the horrible Herlock Sholmes! Shoo! Shove off! Show yourself the door! I never invited you! Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume.
I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you?
Kill yourself!
Ha! I do that every morning when I get changed. Oh yeah, he didn't go to super jail yet.
They already. The busybodies.
Ah, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise.
I don't think these two ever talked to each other. Like, I don't think they ever interacted on a crime scene, have they?
If they did, it was really brief. But yeah. Obviously, Gregson talked about Sholmes, but
Yeah, but like, Iris was our companion.
yeah.
For... Because we only met Gregson in... the fourth
This case. The
case.
Kokoro case.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes.
Ha! I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food.
Fuck off. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything. Or good morning to you too, Sunshine.
Whoa.
Right to it.
God, look at him. Alright.
What is this
he
fucking room?
Well, he's an actor, obviously, but...
Yeah, so... I believe... we are in... the... So if it's ground first and second for the...
Yeah.
the Garadab house, right?
Mm-hmm.
I believe we are on first floor. We're in the middle lodging.
Yeah.
I believe.
Because Soseki was on ground.
Yeah, he was on
Garadabs
the
were on
ground floor.
2.
Yes.
And this guy's on the
The middle
floor
floor.
1. Yeah,
floor
yeah,
1.
the middle floor, yes.
Oi! I said hands off! You're gonna mess up my crime scene. Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance. I know you're kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. I know you're gonna fuck me over in the future. Fuck off. Ugh, someone's in a bad mood.
There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Oh.
Alright. Sounds like I better
Good.
talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. I miss our curry in Japan. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shamspeare. He was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss as it happens. Or just dead. Jeez. Mr. Shamspeare. It was the landlord, old Mr. Garadeb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fella didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garadeb got worried and kicked down the door. But doesn't Mr. Garadeb have a bad leg? Oh yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Soseki-san. The victim was pretty hard up, it seems. Even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life, and a miserable end to it. So what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fella looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious, but I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh, dear. Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion. Again. It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man. How unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fellow's been a goner that long. The body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. So Soseki's the Maya of this game.
Yeah.
Of this series. No, Gregson, get out of the way. I want to click on the glass on the ground. Gregson, move.
No.
I can't click on anything. It's all just checkmarked. What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences. Okay, he's up one. Okay. His room just looked like it would be the ground floor with how all the pipes were let into it.
Yeah, okay, but...
So the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just one story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So did you know the victim? Were you friends? I don't have any friends. I love this guy.
Let that boy cook.
What's the matter with Soseki-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he never invite me to his room? Never! On my honor, I swear it! What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Through that inspector over there. Nice.
Oh my god.
So Seki-san, he's right behind you.
And he's right behind me, isn't he? Oh my god.
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
Ha! You need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally.
There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Yes, and I'm going to get it all wrong, so we have to do a stupid minigame.
Patience, my dear madam. Patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened.
My goodness! But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, now that you propose the idea, I believe one could, indeed, see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life.
Ah! Ah! Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, no, don't mind me. Forget I was here.
And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips.
Nonsense! That's a new one. All right, Mr. Natsume. Why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please, pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant.
Domain expansion.
Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. Holmes? Now who would have that name?
But of course. Let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions.
No.
Presented for your pleasure.
No.
2 acts.
No. Oh, no. We've heard some truly astonishingly dog shit deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt, this will be no exception. What tragedies will unfold before our eyes this time? No.
So,
No.
my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise.
I don't have to hit the button. I don't have to progress the game. I'm a free man. I have agency. I could just stop it all right here, so we don't have to go through this fucking torment. All right.
For Horlock Shloms's Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1.
No.
The Great
No.
Deduction. The game's afoot.
Stop.
Cause of death. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the
He's
mouth
happy.
of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison.
What is on the table?
Cheese?
It's green.
key lime pie? Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate, which contains, you will observe,
Jeez. Oh my god, it's
soap! A sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is this soap set so purposefully upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper? In fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course! The fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Picking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet, the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end, he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though, personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. Poisoning from soap ingestion.
At least the premise here is interesting, whereas usually they were like nothing. Why is there soap on the table?
Or murder. The cause of death identified. We proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however. Certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow.
Whoa.
Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock.
That looks really weird. Like how is most of the door handle still in place? That looks cool.
Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone.
Is that how you guys sit at tables?
Yeah.
Spread eagle, legs as far apart as possible. I'm gonna sit like that for the rest of the stream.
Alone with his inferior soap, from whence waft an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. No possible perpetrator present. This concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' Great Deduction.
Well, I don't agree with everything you said, and I'll be honest, Sholmes, I wasn't really listening either. But hey, killed himself? Alright. Case closed, let's get drunk.
Alright, here's what actually happened.
Oh.
Locked the door. He lost his key. He forgot it was in one of his many pockets. Which costume was it in? I've lost it. Right?
Mhm.
And he's like, shit, I gotta get out of this room. I need to make a spare key out of this bar of soap. So he starts licking
Hell
it,
yeah.
to, soften it up, right? So you stick it in there,
Yeah,
and,
you're
make it a key.
making a mold from it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, case closed. What, you didn't like that, Susato? Well, what's the fucking problem, Gregson? There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes.
You are disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you?
Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap?
It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing.
Okay. How extraordinary.
In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past.
You've eaten it, you mean?
My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut.
And did it?
As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilt the contents of my stomach. Yes, I believe it did. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it.
Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deduction touched a nerve somehow. Nonsense! Wow. That clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in at an obtuse angle. Praise me more. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the keywords in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place.
In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day?
No.
Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let's
Suffering in
curse and
agony.
for Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1.
Hold it. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Yeah, foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. You know what we should do for the next one of these? We should just skip the first time he goes through it.
Sure.
Just click right through it, because he's just going to say it again.
Yeah, that's. I think that's fair.
We'll give it a try next time, see how it goes. Why is the soap set so purposefully upon the dish? Like the victim's Last Supper, in fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course! The fork reveals the answer. Well, you can't deny that a fork implies the man was eating something, or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork rather than attempt to eat it with chopsticks. And of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate. Really? Okay. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap. Like, I suppose some chunks were taken out there. Something material. Oh, hey look. Other piece of soap. Let's examine what we can, though. Do you think he was drinking tea with his soap? The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing. How about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water, and he was dissolving soap in it so he could gulp it down as much as possible. I think that would make it harder to do. Please remember that he may not actually have been the soap lover that he's been made out to be. I suppose you'd eat soap with a fork, would you? I don't think it's a question of which implement you'd use. You shouldn't eat soap full stop. But then why? Why does the man have a fork in his hand? Oh, dear. I understand your frustration, Mr. Naruhodo, but please don't take it out on me. The point is, if we decide the man used this fork to eat the soap, we wouldn't be changing Mr. Sholmes' deduction. So we really ought to consider some other clues. Okay. Look! There's more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shamespeare must really have loved the stuff. Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruhodo. Look closely at this soap. Do you see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table? What the? How can that be? I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart.
That could mean anything.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of options, so we might as well go with the soap first.
Take that!
Oh, it was right. Other piece of soap.
What kind of name is soap?
Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course! The other piece of soap reveals the answer.
It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really. For no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap.
Who would think that? Who would ever think or try that?
Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite.
But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table.
An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek.
For London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument then. Because this system's horribly flawed and should not exist. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it? If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? That's all we got for an angle here. Anything nice and hidden? Yes, a Western vessel for the serving of infusions of dried tea leaves. It's a teacup, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty. Ah, so we've already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence to suggest that he was drinking tea. My thoughts exactly.
Take that!
Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup.
Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoneers over the century.
For practicing poisoners.
And it would appear that the victim drank every last drop.
There's no sign of food anywhere in the room.
Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in his teacup.
I can't wait for all this not to matter and everything to be wrong. Alright, we proceed to Act 2. Was this suicide or murder? Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deduction so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shakespeare was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it. There's more to this deduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues. His other hand has something.
Oh
Has that
my
been there?
god, it's a...
How long has that been there?
How long has that been there?
We saw him from this angle. Who put that there? Who put this here? It's another Western vessel for... It's a teacup, Mr. Naruhodo! And it too is empty. Given that he's actually holding this one in his hand, we can assume that this is the cup from which Mr. Shakespeare was actually drinking. But if that's the case, this changes everything. Everything we've deduced up until now is turned on its head. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it. Yes, I know exactly how you feel.
Take that!
More teacups. Did the man dine and die alone? The other teacup suggests the answer. Yes. There were 2 teacups in this room all along. Ah! In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's Last Supper... Oh my god, what was it, Bryce?
Yeah, whatever the fuck his name is.
There was a guest present.
At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night, taking tea with the victim.
What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable.
To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however. Certainly.
In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table?
Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow.
Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death?
Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock.
I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the house and days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is... something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. No. I suppose not. Time to look around again. At least it's moving fast! The candle. Even Mr. Shamspear didn't eat candles, it seems. We've already established that he didn't eat soap either. Do you think perhaps the guest brought this candle here last night? Even if he or she did, does it reveal anything about the guest's identity? Good point. There goes my idea. Snuffed out like that candle will be. If you sigh so deeply, Mr. Naruhodo, you're in danger of blowing out the flame.
Oh man. It's kind of deep.
I'm gonna keep it real with you all. I'm not examining all these things. I'm examining the thing that's going to give me the answer. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read... The Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Gaborio. Ah. Wait. I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but they're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed. Soseki-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them, that's right. And now those 3 titles are here in this room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. Ooh. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it.
Take that!
Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books.
Quite so. It's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's the link to the truth.
Mr. Natsume, You purchased these books 4 days ago at a secondhand bookshop. That's just a coincidence.
In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment.
No, never. Non-negotiable. If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So, you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that.
In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Very nice. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey.
Oh!
In short, there is only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in his room last night as a result of poisoning.
And that same night, the victim had a visitor.
And that visitor
Was you,
was you.
Mr. Soseki Natsume. Ah!
Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' Great Deduction.
It was better than the other ones. It went quick.
Elementary.
Comparatively, anyway. Ah! Ah! Not again. Not again. Not again. Not again. Well then, Mr. Natsume, it appears you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. Again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yeah. Door! Key! Locked! Entry! Exit! Entirely impossible! He's so flustered, he's being even stranger than normal. What? You think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all. You'd have had plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But... Misery me! Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later.
The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache.
Ah, you horrible Herlock Sholmes! He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come on now. No dilly-dallying. Outside. There's a carriage waiting. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... You have to help me! Please! Please, I'm innocent! Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Oh, yes? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. And so, his evil curse, still apparently unbroken, Soseki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective that I helped him with.
My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you.
Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. Ah, and of course. What? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garadeb, who discovered Mr. Shamspear. Ah, Mr. John Garadeb. Yes. I expect we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual. Right. Well, we must remember to go and talk to him later. Does this actually give us free reign now? Okay, I think we take a break.
Yep.
And then get to investigating. Right back.
Yo. I return.
Alright. Oh, I'm sorry I left you all here with a dead guy.
I'm not dead.
He doesn't know.
What?
Jimmy Carter doing alright today?
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I don't think he spontaneously died last night.
Okay.
Let me check real quick.
Just in case. So last night, I don't know how we got on the topic, but eventually, we were looking up ages for some reason. I don't remember why, but we got on the subject of like the president's ages, right? Like we were just talking about how fucking old Biden and Trump are, right? It was like there's just old dudes. We hate old dudes. And I'm like, fuck, Jimmy Carter's still alive. And I find out he's 99 years old. And that like he's gonna be 102 weeks. And I'm like, oh no. I hope my clown world powers don't like fuck something up here now that I'm aware of this. This is like a genuine worry I have now. This shit crosses my mind and I believe it. Be cool if he made it to 100 though. That'd be really cool. Anyway, let's start with the left here. There's a stage. This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think. Isn't it? Yeah. Where does the audience sit, though? For the nightly Shakespeare performances. Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo. With or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? Then you could practice your art every single day. So he is an art student. I'll think about it. If you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Well, if that would help you achieve your goal. This I have to see. Computer. Show me male Susato. You've already seen it. Yeah, I know. Show me again. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Gas lights, a gas stove. London really is a city of gas. But now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh, yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. It's true. However, gas-powered heating is insane. And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind. This is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. Whoa. I see. Yes, now that you've pointed it out, I can see that there's a slot here. There's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. Huh. Huh. That's kind of cool, but also kind of scary. Like, it's really no different than all the other bills we have to pay, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, someone has to walk in here and take it out.
Yeah, wait, yeah, what the hell?
What the fuck? Like if it was outside or something, it's like, yeah, sure, there's like the community, well, I don't know if a community box would make sense, but you know what I mean. Usually you don't have to have someone come inside. If someone has to service something, sure, but whoa. So you mean if you put a coin in here, that's right. That would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. Oh, this is even weirder. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Rather than it being like, this is where you pay your bill, it is per... It's by necessity. I guess that's kind of cool. I think that's actually pretty cool. So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold. Yes. Or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. Oh, I was bricked up last case, looking at you. I mean, whose memories are these? A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had... Britons? The Britons had to pay. The Britannians. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property? It's extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh. What is it, Miss Susato? If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose. All right.
And there's soap.
So... Wait, they removed bricks. How did soap immediately replace them?
They were hollow bricks? I don't know.
Oh yes, it looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shamspear who did it? I wonder. Being the lodger renting this room. Oh, look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it. What? Outside? Zoom and enhance. What is this? It's so cold outside. You can feel it through this gap. It did snow all last night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what is it on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I have no idea. But the pair of them look rather charming like that. Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window? I think perhaps we should take one. There are two after all. Oh, dear, I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at this soap. Ah. Do you see? In the middle there. There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain. It looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? And what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? Huh. What the fuck?
Wait, hold on.
The Forbidden Amber. What the fuck is that?
What the fuck?
This part is a different color. It's an exquisite design, isn't it? Trust the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special. I quite like it. It reminds me of the Hinomaru design of the Japanese... The Hinomaru design of the Japanese flag. I expect this is... Well, I like this angle of their inexperience and like naivete of this culture has made them reason it out to just be normal soap.
Right, that's fair. That's fair.
I like that.
It's just like, I don't know what it is. Like, I'm not gonna...
Look at these extravagant bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim, shady goings on. This one looks like a king's attire. A king. I've always dreamt of being a king. Whoa. The ambition. Oh, I think you'd be much more suited to a feudal lord. A daimyo or such like. With a chonmage top knot. Every Japanese man wishes he had a chonmage. Oh, you'd look wonderful with one. And you already have the sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chonmage and a sword? That wasn't the tone he was probably trying to say that in, but god damn it, that's the one he's getting. There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked. Yes. Not much use, are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper. That's all. Prosecutor Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. He's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and that he should donate some to the needy. You can suggest it next time we meet. I think he likes you. Glass. What's this? Looks like part of an envelope, I think. That is... Sure, if it was cut with a scissor... Strangely... Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is that significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps. When you look around the room, there's no sign of a letter. Or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there? Oh, she's right. And yet, here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree. We better take this, just in case. So, maybe I'm just seeing things here. But I feel like Susato is being written to be more intelligent, maybe just more on par, if not like exceeding Naruhodo here in terms of like involvement. And I'm gonna bet it wasn't necessarily intentional when writing her at this point, but a natural continuation of the fact that she had to be a lawyer in the first case, because I'm sure that was written first, right? Like, you probably had the through line, but you're starting at the beginning and then going forward, and it's like, well, maybe we got to keep her consistent to what we present her as at the beginning. And I like it, though. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Especially this dead guy. As long as it's not Jimmy Carter. Oh, the poor man. So young to die. You suppose it was a very painful death? Being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder. Do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul? No. They all go straight to hell. I made sure I had a reference at the ready for just such an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. I'll just reread it now. One moment. There's, quite a spine on that book, isn't there? Just still reading it. Ah, one of the teacups that Mr. Shamspear and his guest drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. Did we see this face very often from her? I feel like it's more exaggerated. Like, her lower lip's, like, bigger.
Couldn't really say for certain.
Yeah. It probably has been. It's just, I'm looking at the text the whole time, so I'm rarely looking at the faces very closely. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. Cups are both empty. And that's true. So one was Mr. Shamspear's, and the other must be the cup of that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Soseki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. The pair of teacups has been entered into the court record. Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Okay, no, it's Gregson. I was thinking maybe it was Garadeb. Inspector Gregson, back so soon? After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, being back in a cell again so soon.
Holy shit. You know, it's funny because when we first walked in the room, I almost said, well, he's probably not dead, he's just acting. But then I'm like, well, no, he's currently dead because they're talking about the fact that but then the next thing, a second later, Holmes like said, like, well, he's definitely dead, or like Susato said this.
Whoa. Wow. So we really didn't need to do that deduction bullshit, huh? Man, he's just clipping right through that table. Oh my god. Well played. I'm sure we should probably go and... What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Here, I think I got him last time, so...
Yeah.
Out, brief candle! Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Soundeth the next part?
It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Gregson's gonna kill this man right now. Look at the angle. Take the shot. I'm gonna have to click the button.
He's charging up the his special beam cannon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Indeed. Oh, happy day.
That was good. That was a dead drop. Hell yeah. Walking Dead. The fella isn't dead at all. What was that nonsense he was saying, though?
That was Hamlet, Ryunosuke.
What about pigs?
I guess
apparently it was Macbeth.
one or the other.
Whatever. I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth.
Would have lost my life from that one. I thought the Walking Shadow was from Hamlet.
A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. And Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime. Whatever that now was.
There he is.
He's a bee.
The other man.
The tower. It erecteth.
They're building it, dude.
Whatever do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison as we deduced. Excuse me. Did consume poison as we deduced. But was it an accident? Attempted suicide? Or attempted murder? Oh, he's looking at the soap. Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh. What's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, can we have a word?
Oh my god.
He's gone. He just ran off. I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I do too, but I don't remember. With the exception of the top floor, where Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb live, all the windows are bricked up. Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows a property had. In order to pay less tax, the poorer members of society filled in many of their windows. But the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be opened up again, surely. Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done. Yes, that is a sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room. I suppose that's the price you pay for living in very cheap accommodations. It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that. Garrideb household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in a prominent position there on the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help feeling that it's at a bit of a slant. It does rather look as though it would collapse in even the smallest earthquake, doesn't it? And isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch as to why Soseki-san has such a hunched back. There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Garrideb residence. I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact. That one seems very warped, though, especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think? No, I'm afraid that may be the result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly afflicted. Then there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on this bicycle, I think. Oh dear, I fear you may be right. London's blanketed in fog again today, and the sky is covered in cloud. But if you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built. Ah, the Crystal Tower, yes! The centerpiece of the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Everyone's talking about the great exhibition of London at the moment, it seems. Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. I can't wait for it myself. Oh. Do you think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry? Yeah. The last great exhibition was held in London, had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. And this time, the British are determined to make it an even bigger success to outdo the Paris Exposition. I see. That's an incredible number of people. And with so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed. There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruhodo. Why has somebody built this snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think? That's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruhodo. That's part of the snowman's body. Really? But it already has a perfectly good body. Well, it's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner. And now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man. I know how he feels. If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen that are the strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections. Head, torso, and legs. Do you ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? I've never heard of the 2-ball snowman.
I mean, like, if you don't want to make it 3-ball snowman.
You need at least 2, though.
Yeah.
What are we doing? What's our job now? We're just in the middle of this. Oh boy. Fucking open world games. Oh, we can just go back up into Yaredeb's house. The Yaredeb's room. Here we are again. The eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. We're here because Mr. Yaredeb's the one who discovered the incident this morning. Don't forget. Ah, you chaps, eh? Yes. Good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Yaredeb as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Yaredeb. Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? Morning's incident. It must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Ah, well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bally answer. And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door? Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes is oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning. I like this face. Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. Mr. Shamspear. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspear, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamspear. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute? Well, let's face it. The only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or is a bally screw loose. So hard to choose which category Soseki-san would fall into. Leave him alone. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. He was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare. Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. Insert sword art online joke. Moving on. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shakespeare would have had much in common. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Mr. Naruhodo. Really? How rude. Yesterday's events. After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, now. Must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember. It was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time. Mr. Garadeb noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shakespeare got back. And the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there. Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Miss Susato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garadeb, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly. Not a big fan of stairs. Not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know the precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean? Ow! That's a very good point, Miss Susato. Oh, God. That was cool. I can't imagine that you could hear noise from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I? I don't know. Why would you? Arrgh! Then how did you know, Mr. Garadeb? It's the gas, woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas? Speaking gas? What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. Yes, I'd more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside. And the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too.
Okay, so this makes more sense, actually, now I'm thinking about it. As the landlord, he's the one collecting the coin.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Let me see if I can explain here. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. what do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously the room would get brighter. Exactly. But at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would get dim for a moment. What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it? Mightn't it? Wow, I never see mightn't. Yes, of course! Because everything's connected to a singular supply pipe. Is that supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable. Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless. Long worn out. And barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they glow brighter in the rest of the house. Oh, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it. Oh, of course, because when people come back home in the evening... Sorry, what's that? What? Oh, of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Garrideb. Absolutely fascinating. Oh, well, nothing to it, really. And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Garrideb is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. A good idea. Mr. Garrideb, can I show you this? It's been quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. I haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with you. Some other time, then. Okay. I don't think I want to examine everything in this guy's room.
No. And we literally have already before.
I imagine it's not going to be much different. I love this guy. Look, Mr. Naruhodo!
Wow.
Mr. Natsume! Have the police finished questioning you now? Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire! Oh, yes! What is he? Tell me! Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess. You're talking about Mr. Sholmes. He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume. Not a ghost. But his diabolical deductions! They're not of this world! They've left me! Ah! Cursed! I'm cursed, I tell you! Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit is to Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction, too. Yeah, moving on. We have some wonderful news. Oh? The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolutely worst case, you can only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible! Oh! I'm stuck in this cell suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess! You're a killer! Why the mustache?
Why the mustache?
Constant questions! I'm sorry to hear that. Ah! That selfish shyster! Make up your mind! Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy William! Well, it seems likely that Mr. Shamspear was never actually dead in the first place. Ah, yes, that might make sense. And I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. It'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh. Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspear, didn't you? I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present. Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume. We need to hear your side of the story. Oh. Why am I cursed like this? What do you know about soap? Mr. Natsume, what do you know about soap? Ah, there it is! That lathery lowlife that took my neighbor's life and sent me sliding into the depths of despair!
That's good.
Slippery, sickly, psychotic saboteur! You've really gone off soap, haven't you? Absolutely. And I've made up my mind. The next time someone gives me soap as a present, it's friendship finished firmly forever! I don't know that we can blame soap for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume. Mr. Natsume, it's nothing much, but it's been too long since I've been offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland. What? You're too kind. I accept it gladly. Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. What happened? What happened? This is the best one. This is the best pose.
Cause he hits you with the fucking you looked at it.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I have a relevant image for this.
Uh-huh. Word for that, by the way, the hit him with the dick thing.
I'm not sure what that's called. It just
like I know it by heart.
My nuts have just been slapped so many times because of this. That's what he's
oh my fucking god. Oh my god.
Like, that's one of the best Ace Attorney images I have, for sure. Like, unfortunately, I have no images for this game, so I don't have like good thumbnail material.
Right.
I have like a million images of Maya. Yeah. I have a couple primed for the next investigations, but not many. Oh, where was it? Oh, wait, hold on. Look. She's doing it too.
Very nice.
What's the other one? Whatever. I'm afraid to delete these images from the scene. I'm just afraid it's gonna end the stream and delete my computer system 32. And then show my social security number.
Huh.
I
Yeah,
fear
that could
it.
happen.
I fucking fear it, man. I don't trust technology. There's nothing to
Good.
tell. But, Mr. Naruto Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping with that accused case yesterday. A case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening at past 9, it must have been. And that evening at past 9, it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspear. So you did go to the victim's room then. As we feared, I didn't do anything wrong! I'd never been to his room before! It was the first time! Then, what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting, and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. It ties in with what Mr. Garadeb said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening, at around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I'd brewed as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then? And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet! Who was the stronger?
Who is the stronger?
Who was the stronger? Who was the stronger?
But can he beat Goku?
Who would win in a fight, Romeo or Juliet?
I'm thinking Juliet solos the Capulet verse, low diff.
I could believe that. Wait,
Is she the Capulet? Which one's the Montague and which one's the Capulet?
I don't know what you're saying to me. Or
What's the
asking
last
me.
names?
Oh, I don't remember. Wait.
Is it Romeo Montague
wait.
or Romeo Capulet?
The ending of Romeo and Juliet is she thinks he drank the poison, or vice versa.
Yes.
There was like a fake out, right?
Yeah. So what happens is
Right. So that's why what just
Spoilers for
happened
Romeo and
happened.
Juliet.
Yeah, spoilers for Romeo and Juliet. That thing you were forced to read in school.
So obviously they fall in love, but this star-crossed love is blah blah blah.
Yeah.
She goes to the priest for help. He's like, drink this. It'll make people think you're dead.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's like your heart will slow down. You'll still be alive. You'll be in a coma. Right?
Yeah.
She drinks it with the idea of being like she's gonna, you know, meet up with Romeo later. Miscommunications happened. Romeo thinks she's actually dead. He stabs himself.
Yeah.
Right next to her. Dies right next to her.
Yeah.
Then she wakes up, sees
Yep,
that he
yep.
stabbed himself to death, and
Yep.
drinks real poison and dies.
Right. Okay. Yes. Yes. Of course. So, well, neither of them lived from killing themselves.
No.
Who was the stronger?
Also, confession.
Yep.
When I was in like 6th grade, like 12 years old,
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't, as of yet, not had to read Romeo and Juliet. Like, that's like a high school thing.
It was ninth grade requirement for me, I think.
Ninth grade for me as well.
They made me recite part of it. I had to memorize it.
Yeah, the same thing here. In fact...
Light yonder window breaks. Some
possibly in the same class, actually, now I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, we probably did. Kind of blonde teacher.
Yeah.
Was it advanced ninth grade English?
Yeah.
Yeah, then we had to,
we probably had the same teacher. I never even thought about that before.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Speaking of her, she always liked how we nuked Japan back in World War II.
Oh.
Isn't that topical?
Huh.
Anyway.
I like obviously you're always aware of Romeo and Juliet, right? Yeah. I don't, I think I was like vaguely aware of the idea that they die at the end, but not like 100% on it. Like kind of like something you pick up from context clues, but no one ever directly told me about this, so I wasn't like 100% on.
Yeah.
At some point, my mom and my sisters want to watch Romeo plus Juliet, the Leonardo DiCaprio movie.
Yeah.
It's
like the modern retelling.
Day. Yeah, but like so it's weird. It's weird because it's set in modern day, right? It's in like Los Angeles or some shit. Or Miami, I don't know. Right?
Oh, sadder.
Yeah, one or the other. But it's not like they fucking changed the dialogue. It is they're talking as if it's like fucking medieval times.
Whoa.
Yeah. Like the guy will be like, "Fetch me my long sword," but he whips out a gun.
That's a pretty cool idea, though.
Yeah. So like people shit on this movie. Like I don't know. People shit on the movie. This was my first experience with Romeo and Juliet. Fucking one of the hardest I've ever cried in my life. But I was this.
You were invested
at the end of this movie. Like fucking, I was screaming. I was so mad that I was throwing shit. It was fucking
slamming on the floor.
Like just fucking beside myself.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
We're getting more penny and stocking.
Yeah.
We are, okay. Because they recreate that a scene from that movie.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Yes, they do. God, I love penny and stocking. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I never read any required reading throughout my entirety of public education.
It was fucked up. I was definitely the only person who read the summer reading going into high school.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Which I had to read. It was like going into 9th grade, you were supposed to read
Animal Farm,
the Iliad,
yep,
and the Three Musketeers.
That's what you had?
Yeah. And I fucking read...
mine was Animal Farm or.
I read Animal Farm in like 7th grade in middle school.
Interesting.
Huh.
Yeah, no, that was my required reading. It would have only been 2 years difference for us.
Right,
So.
but the Iliad and the Three Musketeers are big books that aren't exactly easy reads.
Yeah, no, like that's. Huh.
And then like the first day of school, she's just like, "Did anyone read that?" And most of the class was like, "No," and she's like, "Don't worry about it, guys." And I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, no, it's like no one's doing it.
Yeah, no one's doing it.
Like, no one's fucking doing it. It's like, fuck that. It's summer. Fuck off. It's not. I ain't doing that.
So it's funny because it's like, in the 9th or 10th grade, you actually have to read the Odyssey in class. And it's funny though because it's like people always talk about the Odyssey. I think the Iliad's way better.
I'm trying to think.
Just kind of had a better flow to it in my mind. Versus the Odyssey, I think has a bit of a weirder flow.
One of my humanities classes in college we had to read specific chapters of the Iliad, I believe.
Sure.
I remember I didn't read the Odyssey, but I remember it being talked about in class a lot.
Right, yeah. They're...
The only, like, thing I remember actually reading and this was only, and I don't even know if you want to count this because I myself wasn't reading it. We were listening to the audiobook of it in class. And then there were none. It was the only book I was ever interested in any of those classes I ever had.
Sure, yeah.
It's a fucking murder mystery. Of course I'm gonna be interested.
Yeah, Agatha Christie, good writer.
Yeah, like my teacher, like always, I was always falling asleep in class. But and she noted, it was like, this is the only time I've never seen you fall asleep in class.
I've only ever seen the Family Guy parody.
I didn't know the Family Guy did have a parody of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I don't think I really had to read anything else after that because I went to early college. I was only in high school for 2 years. Maybe I was assigned stuff. I don't know. Reading's. I don't know. I'm not good at reading. I don't have a good attention span. Like I'm okay doing visual novels because it's one text of shit in front of me at a time, right? But the funniest thing was, for my. I did a post-college graduate test that you have to take to apply to grad schools. And I took that, and I had to basically relearn all of college math, right? Or high school and college math in like 2 weeks before I took it. And I didn't take any time to practice my writing or my reading comprehension. I was like, I'm winging those. You can't study for those. Like, I need to know math formulas.
Yeah.
If grammar's thrown in front of me, I think I can wing it. If it, like, one of the questions on the test was like, what does the word temporal mean in this context? And I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, it was just referencing time or something. I'm like, yeah, okay. So I studied for 2 weeks doing math, and I managed to get the score I wanted, which was like I swear, I got a perfect average score, which was all I wanted.
Teaching Troy.
I wanted I think it was like a 150 or something, whatever it ended up scoring as, right? And my reading comprehension score for that was 152. So not studying at all, I managed to get a slightly better score. My writing score was fucking terrible though, because I think I misspelled every word. I'll be honest on that one. They did not. They want a very specific structure. They don't care how good your argument is. They don't care if you're making sense. They're like, if the technical part of the writing isn't perfect, you're getting a bad score.
Yeah, no, it's rough.
And then COVID hit, so I didn't go to grad school, and now I'm here. Shrug. Anyway, who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate. I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare! And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison in Mr. Shamspeare's tea. No! Never, not at all! Team Juliet won. That was me! And when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit! I swear it, categorically! Cursed existence. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I'm leaning back. Fuck this. Fuck this sitting up shit. Let me know if I sound weird. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now. And in that time, I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look. Oh my god, they're behind me. And they all stare at me. They all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember. And then 1 week ago, I moved into Brier Road. Why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed. Cursed how? The previous occupant. The man who lived there before me. Before I took the room. He died there. Oh no! He was only a young man. But one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books! And books cost money! A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. Brave? Or blinkered? But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? Horrible history. How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. Do you think that might have just been your mind playing tricks on you? No! My mind doesn't know any tricks! It was someone else! It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who died in that room lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me! That really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Shamspear was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. How's this jail cell feel? Yes, you're right. I know it! And that's why! I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home! I think you should try to avoid accommodations with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Ha! Ooh, Susato-san knows how to make the man listen. Of course. Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. You mean Mr. Garadab? Yes! He knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place. Ah! Perhaps that may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps in his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean? He pays so much attention to the gas lamps. Oh, dear, nothing. No, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shamspear isn't in fact dead at all. Once he comes around and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Excuse me. Inspector Gregson. I couldn't help overhearing what you just said. And on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh! Which do you want first? Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right? Well, in that case, the good news it is. Huh? Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Then why did you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, was just unconscious. He's come around now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him already. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness! It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell. Sorry. No. That's not in the cards. What?
Because he died again.
Why ever not, Inspector? Mr. Shamspear has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear! You don't mean... Oh, I'm sorry to say it, I do, yes. He's pointing the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Ah! By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life. That wickedest caitiff. So Seki Natsume. I'm just doing an Australian accent. Like we said, that's still British. It's an extension. Hey, no. So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. And so, once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted, or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court, and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. I think we might as well stop here. I'm liking these nice 3-hour streams. Let me just check though. I'm fucking checking the pacing of these games now. Let's see. No, this game's gonna be long as hell. We should do part of the trial right now. We'll do an hour of the trial. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
Find a good play. Once we hit that fucking summation, It's gonna be like re-tutorializing us on shit too, so we might as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am checking a spoiler-free guide here. Like I'm just on GameFAQs and it just shows like the sequence here. Just so I know what we're doing here. This is not just one investigation, one trial. It will be better than that. Okay, cool. Yeah. Then we're gonna play a little bit. Everyone get back here.
It's-
It's my bad. I shouldn't be calling that we're fucking stopping. It's alright. We'll get through the. But we'll do the parts here that probably don't matter too much, which is very presumptuous. All right, the Old Bailey, defendant's antechambers. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line! Good morning! Ah, good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder! And here I am again in this hellhole! Can't keep coming to court! I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So here we are again. Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires! What's the bad news? Oh dear. You heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say! Oh. I am sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Miss Susato. Now what is it? You're gonna be facing up against the Reaper of the Bailey. Uh-huh. Yup. Van Zeeks? Ah! Oh, no, 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 oh, no, no, no! The so-called Reaper of the Bailey. The most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all. I'm sorry. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter. After all. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zeeks is the prosecutor. Oh no! That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. It is a bit hot in here, is it not? I say, get me the fuck out of here! Help! Help! A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. Ah! Do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper! Pair of petrifying perils, potentially! Was this guy a freak in real life?
I'm gonna go with he was probably an eccentric.
Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Lo comes student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes. I'm innocent! You have to believe me! You more than anyone now. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go! Oh, yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best.
He's already in the courtroom.
Yeah, I've replaced every member of the peanut gallery with myself. You see, there was a malfunction in my cloning clothesling machine.
Yeah.
And now there's just too many of me.
He's all the jurors. He's the judge. He's Van Zeeks.
That'd be awesome. If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his awful help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zeeks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're right! Oh, well said, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Well said! I swear on this sword at my side, and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free, with honor. Oh, God, yes, Mr. Naruhodo!
The Old Bailey.
They're back.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
I'm a vampire.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready, my lord. I'm fucking pumped.
Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs.
Bitch, I just fought a Primordial Malzeno with a lance. Come on. I got this. You're going down, buddy.
Gunner spotted. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat.
Fuck you. It's not just in my imagination. It's really there. Lord Van Zeeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason.
Yes.
That low-key horny.
Animosity.
It's the low-key horny.
Not exceptional amounts of lust.
He doesn't know how to pin these feelings down. He's not quite sure what's going on in there. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom. Excuse me. Oh god, what's that? Though for some reason, only when I'm defending, this Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial.
Furthermore, I will now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have
Random.
been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty?
Absolutely. I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before. God, they brought, like... Are these all the same people but one?
Yeah,
Who-
so...
Because
he was in
Miss
the Kokoro
Garadab...
trial, right?
What?
He was in the Kokoro jury?
He was... Yeah. He was in it. Obviously, Mrs. Garadab was in it.
Yeah.
Which was the nonsense. Let's see.
She was in...
She was in either the 4th or last one. I think she was definitely in the last one.
No, I think she wasn't... Because we had the maid in the last one, right?
You're right. Juror number 2 is the maid. That's right. Okay, so she was in 4 then, probably.
The Kokoro case then, yeah.
Yeah, it had to have been that one.
Yeah, okay.
That was the only other one she was in then, I think. Because the maid was also in 3. The McGilded one.
Right.
'Cause she was also number 2. Okay.
I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right.
This was the reasonable guy.
Yeah. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually.
Shoot your shot, juror number 3. I'll take future killer here.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
The Gilded's wife.
I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. Who voiced this guy? Did I do this guy?
You did, yeah.
I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight or the missus will go through the roof. And then obviously these two were definitely in.
Yeah, because they were involved in the Kokoro case.
Yeah, they were around.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict.
The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? Making for shit-ass game mechanics that are unneeded in such a structure as what this game is attempting to deliver. It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public, and that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. Six citizens of London chosen at random. Or, at least, that's the idea.
The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago.
You're right. It's weird that he would go from innocent to not innocent suddenly, right? Like, we know it's not in him.
Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today.
God. God.
Oh, well, okay.
So it was all of these guys, except for juror number 4.
Garadab, yeah.
Yeah, juror number 4 is the only difference, I mean to say.
Yeah, because she's in jail right now. Lord Van Zieks, your opening statement, please.
I hate the Japanese. I rest my case.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it.
What? Making more shit. Wrongdoing. He literally did nothing. He was guilty of being fucked in the head. and unable to talk right.
Instead, he used his freedom to perpetuate a most blood-curdling crime. Making a man eat soap. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand.
Witnesses.
Oh my god. There's two of them.
Where'd it go?
The detective responsible for investigating the scene. And the accused himself.
Alright, yeah, let's get down to business.
Witnesses, your names and occupations, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Soseki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. But I would say my occupation is, cursed sufferer.
Mr. Natsume.
Yes, my lord. Sir.
I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken. That you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it. I did it for yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord. But close enough.
Believe me, this is the last place I want to be.
Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court.
Right, you are, sir. Fancy! The incident occurred at the Garadeb household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by... This is made up.
Strychnine.
Strychnine.
Yeah, no, strychnine's a thing.
Really? Poisoned by strychnine. It was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door.
I'm sure you all heard that vat of duff was contaminated with strychnine. Strychnine? You sure? It was on the news last night. It was on CNN. CNN? Well, it's not true. Let's go. This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident.
You know, I've never really watched The Simpsons. Like, it was not the show that was just on for me.
Mm-hmm.
That, like, on TV, it's like, Simpsons are on, I'll just sit down and watch whatever I happen to see, right? Because that's how TV worked.
Mm-hmm.
It was never that. It was always Family Guy. Or King of the Hill. A lot of King of the Hill. My brother really liked that show.
Yeah, for what it's worth, The Simpsons heyday, its first, like, 10 seasons, like, that shit came out before we, like, were, like, people.
Yeah, but think of how much Simpsons aired, regardless of whether it was new or not.
Sure.
You know, they were probably, what is that, Fox?
This is Fox, yeah.
Yeah, they're playing at least 2 to 3 episodes per day, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like I just never saw any. It's always funny though. I played Hit and Run, the video game at one point.
My parents were just huge into The Simpsons, so I always just watched it as a kid.
Yeah.
But like, The Simpsons craze of the '90s, like obviously we didn't live through it. Like,
yeah.
Nuts. Like how like One Piece was super mega popular in Japan. It was like that here with The Simpsons.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway. You read this already?
Yes.
I'm gonna read it again, just because I didn't quite catch it. This means I presume that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident.
Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible.
Although the victim, Mr. Shamspear, lives to tell the tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. When that stain get there?
Which stain? Oh, Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased.
That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was.
Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court.
Crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record.
Now then, Mr. Natsume.
Yes!
As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
Wow. The future is affecting the past now. This is crazy. Defendants get to talk? They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits.
Good gracious! What's haunted?
My lodgings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me, what about me? I've nearly been killed countless times.
Killed? Mr. Natsume? How?
Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspear's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. But before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me!
You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume.
But it's so cold! My runny nose would freeze. That's why he's got the mustache. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed?
Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of the events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord. This was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! Order! Order! So I'm not quite sure they want me to say that.
Order! Order!
Yeah, like...
Order in the court. Everyone shut the fuck up. Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him?
What throws me off is that I feel like I would expect it to have an H at the end instead of an R. If they were trying to go for the phonetic way.
Order! Like, he's hitting the R at the end. It's like the R.
Right, but the thing is that like they aren't saying the R when they say it. Like,
there's a little R. There's a little R in there. I see the way he's trying to say it.
Right, but if he's saying like instead of like order or water, he's saying orda, like wa'a. So
but he's not saying wa'a. He's saying orda. Ah.
Right.
Ah.
but like the fact that they even like it's like they. I feel like there should be an H in there somewhere though, because it's like they're half doing the phonetic.
Because they're British, yes.
Right. But it's like you kind of get what I'm saying though.
Yeah, I bet.
Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation?
I'm just thinking, like, if they wanted an H there, they would have put an H there. I mean, you just gotta take what you're given, right? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room. As a gift. The public water pumps outside always freeze at night. So I bought bottled water, especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never! The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before.
That will do. Thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection? None whatsoever, my lord. Good. Then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now.
Yes, my lord! Witness testimony! The catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. Ah! My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? What was this, strychnine?
Strychnine.
Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Fuck!
Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward.
Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to.
Did I hear correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance?
How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done?
My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed.
Hmm?
The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked.
Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There was none left. Not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed.
With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances.
We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough.
The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. I see. Thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend.
What?
You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt.
Where am I?
Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose. And your compatriot will be damned for all eternity.
He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't.
Solver for the defense. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Right, it was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. Were you and your neighbor good friends then? Ah, no! We weren't friends! Not at all! Not at all! Never, ever! A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shamspeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together.
Come now.
Oh,
Nippy.
yeah. Ding, 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 ding. Don't forget about the counter.
No Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature.
And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial, when I was acquitted. I had just arrived back at my lodgings, when I ran into Mr. Shamspeare outside on the street. That was at around 6 o'clock. We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No! Not 1! Not 2! Not any! Not at all! Never,
We say
ever!
No.
A simple no would have sufficed, I feel.
Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room.
We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11.
Hold it!
Impossible, no one stays up past 9. A literary debate? About Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you?
Shakespeare! A very worthy topic of conversation, I must say.
Oh yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet! Who was stronger? Who was the stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley.
Romeo and Juliet? Who was stronger?
I know I'm gonna regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. So we battled it out in a Greco-Roman style, naturally. What? Mr. Shamspeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for such a contest. Okay, so when you say a reenactment, You were actually in costume.
Oh my god.
Man, and we thought this game was gay already. He is Romeo, and I as Juliet. And after a vigorous, wild tussle, I, as Juliet, came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever. They just got in the costumes and started fucking wrestling.
Like,
Cool.
holy shit.
Fuck yeah, man.
I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim. Correct?
I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. Yeah, boys at sleepovers.
Yeah.
It's true. There was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice. To be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless. Of course it was.
And do you have any basis for that statement, witness?
Ah, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Hold it!
Yes. There was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. And you say that you returned home to your room at around 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume. Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it.
I alone
am the honored one. And am the accursed one. The landlord was able to verify that as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night.
And how is the landlord able to attest to this?
He, said it was the lamps, I believe.
The lamps, Inspector?
When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Garadeb seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. There's only one key to Mr. Shamspeare's room. I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room. The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes? So I'm right! My tea was harmless! Completely harmless! If you take poison, you die! Everyone knows that! It's not that simple, I'm afraid. What do you mean? Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it.
Hold it!
How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of the symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. Just you wait, you got one coming. You're gonna have a lot of fun in the future with your best friend there, Susato. Was it technically death by the poison in the first case? Did we determine that? No, it was the hemorrhage. The coroner said it was the hemorrhage.
Right.
But it had already circulated. Yeah. That was a weird one. Usually it's pretty clear. Alright. It's always so awful.
30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left.
You can't deny that. And it further degrades Soseki-san's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it.
Very well. The court will add this report to the court record as evidence.
Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Victor William Sham 331. Cause of coma. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed in with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigative conclusions. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st of February. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appeared to have broken when the man collapsed on the door. Okay, well, alright. Soseki left at 11, right? So, we're in the clear.
Yeah.
Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
Hold it!
The argument still stands, you say? That is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on. Exactly! Ah, me and my tea are innocent. Sweet and innocent, I tell you. I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Shamspear could have locked the door after you'd gone. But no! We drank the tea straight away! The battle over whether Romeo or Juliet was stronger! That came after the tea!
Do you have any evidence to support that statement?
In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink tea while it's hot! Sure. A proverb will satisfy the prosecution. Guilty.
I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt on this matter.
No! That's the extent of their testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently, yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again. Yes. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor. So this is kind of weird, because I almost want to present the... What is this? The autopsy? The medical report. He's not an autopsy, he's alive. Because I want to go... I want to be like, well, why does this say he died...
At 1:30.
Yeah, it's like, well, then that proves my point. Soseki couldn't have done it. It said he died at 1:30. Meaning he would have had to have ingested it at 1 a.m. Yeah, okay,
right,
well...
I suppose here's the issue, is that it's just Soseki saying he left at 11.
I know, but it's
Right,
like...
yeah.
It's the, Go over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after the guest left. I guess it's just this one, and we're giving him the...
Objection.
Yep.
Yeah. Because us being like, Soseki, you couldn't have left at 11. That means you left at 1.
I absolutely understand the mechanical thing there, but it is like, it's the number.
Right.
It's like, the number I want right there.
Yeah.
Everyone look at this. Look at these two things.
Fine.
The argument still stands, you say? I think not, Inspector. Come again? I think you'll find that you've overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here. A chrono what? What do you want about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Oh!
That was great.
Right. That one of them chrono things?
Yeah.
One of them.
A chrono what?
A chrono what? What you on about?
Pretty funny.
The defense's argument is entirely reasonable.
I almost
How do
said,
you
when's Brad
respond?
showing up? Knowing you were gonna show up soon. I just believed.
You know,
Lord
have
Van
faith.
Zee.
yeah.
Hey Brad, who would win in a fight? Romeo or Juliet?
Romeo or Juliet? Hold on. This is a good question. This is a great question. Who killed Mercutio?
I'm going to assume Romeo did.
How did Mercutio die?
is-
Hold on. Mercutio was his friend.
Oh,
Right.
then Juliet's cousin killed him, whatever the fuck his
Juliet's
name is.
whatever his name is, yeah?
It's Mercutio dies into Romeo killing the guy who killed Mercutio, who's Juliet's cousin.
Yes.
And yeah. Whatever the fuck his name is.
All right, take your pick. You have 5 seconds.
Tybalt.
4, 3.
Juliet.
Correct. As determined by the defendant and the victim of this case, who dressed up in those outfits as one as Romeo and one as Juliet, and the one that dressed up as Juliet won.
I don't remember the plot of Romeo and Juliet, but I remember Romeo being kind of a bitch. and Juliet being kind of a Sigma Chad. Is my vague memory. Because Romeo's like,
He was the
oh
Wojak.
no, oh, my wife, and then the whole thing. Wait, was like, I'm trying to remember the fucking like the ending scenario of Romeo and Juliet. 'Cause Juliet is dead in air quotes, right? She's dead.
Yeah.
Now,
Really?
does Romeo go to the potion seller because he needs the
No.
strongest potion, or is that Juliet? Like I don't remember.
Juliet went to the potion seller to fake die.
The fake die, but Romeo believes that she real died.
Yeah.
Does he he kills himself, and then Juliet
Yeah.
like does something,
And then she kills herself.
He
She
stabs
kills herself?
he stabs himself because he thinks Juliet died, and then she drinks real poison after seeing that he stabbed himself to death.
We had to remember this earlier because
Stupid.
they started talking about it, and this case is built on this concept. As we walk into a room with a dead guy, we examine the whole fucking room for 45 minutes, and then as we're about to fucking leave, the guy gets back up
Oh yeah.
because he was poisoned.
Okay.
Yeah, our guy, William Shamspeare.
Well,
This guy.
William Shakespeare. I mean, that's correct. I have no idea. I genuinely like Shakespeare.
Defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zeeks? I'm going to get drunk now. Anyone in the gallery is allowed to join in. It's more fun if we're all turned. I hate the Japanese more when I'm drunk.
Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon.
The luncheon.
How could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea.
A phantom?
Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at this time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30.
Objection.
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there is a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
And in my country, there is an even more apt saying.
Drink poisoned tea when it is most convenient.
There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea.
That's it. Jump on the fucking benches and get the swords out. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities.
What sort of possibilities, Counsel?
Fuck. Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor.
Another visitor? It's a very bold assertion, my learned friend. From someone who has nothing to substantiate it.
Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition.
You suggest this may have been a suicide, Counsel.
Objection!
Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection.
But he could be lying.
Is something wrong, Lord Van Zeeks?
I never thought of that. He could be lying.
I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray, forgive the discourtesy.
Carriage? What carriage?
The one I'm about to submit as evidence. Get ready.
Oh no.
It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived.
Hold it. Who holded it? Who did that?
Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow.
Oh dear.
A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Clown.
Sir, are you? William Shakespeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I undone by these bitter events. I am the victim.
What? What's he doing here?
The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed.
You're calling him as a witness? Wait, this is good. He's gonna lie the whole time.
Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Happy I am,
He's
Shakespeare,
so punchable.
to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord.
Yeah, I'm really... This case is already, like, the weirdest in the series. It is a flashback to a continuation of another case where the victim didn't die. And is going to get wrapped into the other case where the victim did not die.
Yeah.
So this guy's probably the guy that was in the picture in her,
Oh yeah.
in her room there. Huh. But I still have my own tale to tell. My own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English.
That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim. When do you get there?
Alright, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. But who's that other man beside him?
Beside him.
He's a bee. Yes, I think I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before.
State your names and occupations for the court. Please. Witnesses. A writer of words so sweet, they do scent the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Were the great bard to be recalled to life anew, Lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shamspeare.
Oh, that's Adron B. Meterman. Okay, that sure. Oh, the name's Meterman. Adron B. Meterman. A drone B.
A drone B.
A
Yeah,
drone B. Yeah. A drone B. Meterman. What could it mean?
Be me, Terman.
Whoa, his chin jiggled. I work for the Altamont Gas Company, East End branch office. Oh, I remember now. It was yesterday on Brier Road. Oh, yes, she's right. It's him. Oh, what's this?
Ooh.
What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word?
No.
And she... Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garadeb's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case?
So, Mr. William Shamspeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven! Oh hell! Do you command me to remember? That sweet poison that did cross me and cross mine innocent lips. I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the juror's mind, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph. An angel indeed! Thus be I, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be.
Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. Oh. They're actually taking this serif anagram idea seriously.
Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions.
But my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspeare doing here? The gas man, I mean. What, me? Well, now.
Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence. When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And, moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar.
What? No, I didn't quite say that.
This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively.
All right, place your bets. All right, 21.
29. 23.
Fuck.
Fuck off.
Fuck.
The same age as Naruhodo? Our boy's 23.
23?
Wait. Do we got Ridesky on here? No.
No.
But I'm pretty sure he's 23 too. What the fuck? 23.
23. Like
This is like
he's smooth, I guess, but shit. There's nothing young about this guy. Whoa.
Is that not so, Mr. Meterman?
It's like the gall to even put the extra N. Just to make it a little more believable.
Right.
Hang on, no. I'm just here.
I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. Oh, one may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent.
We're gonna stop right here. I'm getting sleepy.
Sounds good.
The wintry night of my discontent. Like I said, that's all that. If anyone left after I said that an hour and a half ago, or hour and 15 minutes ago, guess what? They missed nothing.
Yeah.
They missed nothing during that entire segment. All right. We will be back on Wednesday night. Gonna do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So, see ya.